Hello, dear traveler. Welcome. Welcome to a place between waking and dreaming, where the boundaries of reality grow soft and magic flows like water through ancient stones. Tonight, we walk the Sword Coast together. We'll journey through cities of wonder, through forests where the weave itself hums in the air, through moments of triumph and tragedy, of ambition and consequence. This is the story of Gale Decarios, a wizard, a prodigy, a man who loved magic so deeply that it became both his greatest strength and his most terrible weakness. A man who reached for the stars and found himself holding shadows. But that comes later. Much later. Tonight, we begin at the beginning. With a boy in a library with candlelight and old books, with the first spark of magic dancing at small fingertips. So settle in. Let your breathing slow. Let the day's worries drift away like autumn leaves on a gentle stream. The story is waiting. And stories, like magic itself, have a way of carrying us to places we never knew we needed to go. Let us begin. In the great city of Waterdeep, where towers of white stone pierce the clouds, and the scent of salt air mingles with the smoke of 1,000 hearths, there lived a boy named Gale Decarios. His home stood in the scholarly district, nestled between the grand libraries and the quiet academies where wizards studied the mysteries of the weave. It was a modest tower, 3 stories tall, with ivy climbing its weathered stones, and windows that glowed warm with candlelight long into the night. Gale's father was a scholar, a man of quiet wisdom, who spent his days cataloging ancient tomes in the city's great library. His mother was a teacher, patient and kind, who believed that knowledge should be shared freely, like sunlight streaming through an open window. But it was his father's personal library that captured young Gale's heart. The room occupied the entire 2nd floor of their tower. Shelves lined every wall, floor to ceiling, filled with books bound in leather worn soft by countless hands. The air smelled of old parchment and beeswax candles, of dust and dried ink, and the faint, indefinable scent of magic that clings to very old things. On rainy afternoons, when the streets of Waterdeep glistened with water and the harbor bells rang muted through the mist, Gale would curl up in the window seat with a book nearly as large as himself. Outside, the city moved through its daily rhythms. Inside us, there was only the gentle patter of rain, the turning of pages, and the occasional crackle of the fire in the hearth. He read everything, histories of ancient Netheril, when flying cities drifted through the sky like clouds, tales of the time of troubles, when gods walked the earth as mortals, treatises on the nature of the weave itself, that invisible tapestry of magic that underlies all reality. But reading was not enough for Gale. He was 7 years old when it first happened. It was late evening, and he sat at his father's desk, struggling to read by the failing light. The candles had burned low, and shadows pooled in the corners of the library. His mother had called him twice for supper, but he was so close to finishing the chapter, just a few more pages. He stared at the candle, willing it to burn brighter. And it did. The flame swelled, doubling in size, casting the room in sudden brilliant light. Gale gasped and jerked back, and the flame returned to normal, flickering innocently as if nothing had happened. His heart hammered in his chest. His fingertips tingled with a sensation he'd never felt before, like the moment before lightning strikes, like the air itself was alive and singing. He had done that. He was certain of it. With nothing but a thought and a wish, he had touched the weave. Gale stared at his hands, turning them over in the candlelight. They looked the same as always, small, ink-stained, ordinary, but they had just done something extraordinary. He tried again. This time, he focused carefully, reaching out with that same part of his mind that had touched the flame. He thought of light, of warmth, of brightness pushing back the dark. The candle flared again, and this time he held it, keeping the flame large and steady. The shadows retreated to the far corners of the room. The pages of his book were illuminated as bright as noon. Then the door opened, and his mother stood there, backlit by the hallway lamp. "Gale, I've called you 3 times for..." She stopped. Her eyes went to the candle, to her son's face glowing with wonder and triumph, to his small hands still outstretched. For a long moment, she said nothing. Then, quietly, "How long have you been able to do that?" "Just now," Gale whispered, afraid that speaking too loudly might break whatever magic had awakened in him. "Just this moment. I wanted the light to be brighter, and it listened to me." His mother crossed the room and knelt beside him. She took his hands in hers, studying them as if seeing them for the first time. When she looked up, her expression was complicated. Pride mixed with something that might have been worry or perhaps fear. "You have the gift," she said softly, "just like your grandfather did, just like the great wizards of old." She paused, then added, "This is a wonderful thing, Gale, but it's also a great responsibility. Magic is not a toy. It's a force as powerful as the ocean, as dangerous as fire. It must be respected. It must be studied. Do you understand?" Gale nodded solemnly, though in truth he understood very little, except that something inside him had changed forever. The world had revealed a secret, and he would spend the rest of his life learning to read it. His father was less cautious. When he came home that evening and heard what had happened, he swept Gale up in a rare display of emotion, laughing with delight. "A wizard," he exclaimed. "My son, a wizard. I knew it. I always knew you had it in you. The way you devoured those books, the questions you asked. Of course you have the gift. I saw." That night, they stayed up late in the library. His father pulled down tome after tome, showing Gale the basics of magical theory. The weave, he explained, was like a vast net of invisible threads that connected all things. Wizards learned to pluck those threads, to weave them into new patterns, to shape reality itself through will and knowledge and practice. "Some are born with the ability to touch the weave," his father said, his voice taking on the cadence of a lecture. "But ability alone is not enough. Magic requires study, discipline, understanding. A wizard is not simply someone who can cast spells. A wizard is a scholar of the fundamental forces of existence." Gale listened, rapt, his earlier exhaustion forgotten. Through the window, Waterdeep sparkled with lights, lanterns and torches. and the soft glow of magical street lamps. Somewhere out there were other wizards, real wizards, who could do things he couldn't even imagine yet. Someday, he thought, he would be one of them. From that night forward, Gale's life changed. His father began teaching him in earnest. Every evening after supper, they would retire to the library. His father would demonstrate a simple cantrip, a spark of light, a gust of wind, a minor illusion, and Gale would practice it over and over until he could replicate it perfectly. It was harder than he'd expected. That first spontaneous moment of lighting the candle had felt effortless, instinctive, but deliberate magic required focus, precision, and understanding of the underlying principles. He had to learn the mental disciplines, the proper way to reach out and touch the weave without tangling it or pulling too hard. Some nights, he would practice until his head ached and his hands trembled with exhaustion. The weave would slip through his mental grasp like water, and the spell would fizzle into nothing. He would want to cry with frustration. But then, after days or weeks of struggle, something would click. The spell would work. Light would dance at his fingertips, or a book would float across the room at his command, and the feeling of triumph would make all the frustration worthwhile. His mother watched this transformation with mixed feelings. She was proud, certainly. What parent wouldn't be proud of a gifted child? But she also worried. She had known wizards in her youth, and she had seen what ambition could do to them. The pursuit of magical power could become all-consuming, could twist a person's priorities until nothing else mattered. "Don't forget to play," she would tell him, finding him hunched over a spellbook when he should have been outside with other children. "Don't forget to live, Gale. Magic is wonderful, but it's not everything." But to young Gale, magic was everything. It was the answer to every question he'd ever had. It was beauty and power and understanding all woven together. When he cast a spell successfully, when he felt the weave respond to his will, it was like coming home to a place he'd never been before. Like discovering a part of himself he hadn't known was missing. The other children in the neighborhood didn't understand. They played at swords and heroes, ran through the streets in laughing packs, kicked balls against the walls of ancient buildings. Gale tried to join them sometimes, at his mother's insistence, but his heart was never in it. What were games of pretend compared to real magic? What was running through streets compared to the possibility of one day flying above them? So he spent his time in the library, reading by candlelight. Candlelight he had conjured himself, while rain drummed against the windows and the city of Waterdeep settled into evening around him. He was happy, lonely perhaps, but happy. He had found his purpose, his passion, his calling. He was going to be a great wizard. He didn't know yet what that would cost him, didn't know the heights he would reach, or the depths to which he would fall, didn't know about the goddess who was already watching him, taking note of this precocious child who touched the weave with such natural grace. For now, he was simply a boy in a library, learning to make light dance at his fingertips, dreaming of the day when he would walk the halls of Blackstaff Academy and take his place among the great wizards of Waterdeep. Outside, the rain continued to fall. Inside, the candles burned bright, and a boy discovered the first threads of his destiny. By the time Gale turned 10, his father had taught him everything he knew. It wasn't enough. Gale had mastered every cantrip in his father's collection. He could conjure light, create minor illusions, mend torn pages, chill or warm small objects. He understood the theoretical principles behind more complex spells, even if he didn't yet have the power to cast them. He needed a real teacher, a master wizard, someone who could guide him beyond the basics and into the deeper mysteries of the art. His parents knew this. They had known it for months, watching their son outpace his father's knowledge, seeing the hunger in his eyes as he read treatises on magic far beyond his years. One evening, his father came home with a letter. The seal was still intact, deep blue wax, stamped with a staff surrounded by stars, the symbol of Blackstaff Academy, the most prestigious school of magic in all of Faerun. I spoke to some colleagues, his father said, setting the letter on the table between them. I explained your situation, your talent. They've agreed to let you take the entrance examination. Gale's heart leaped. The academy? But I'm only 10. Don't you have to be at least 14? Usually, yes, his mother said quietly. She was standing by the window, her arms crossed, her expression troubled. But they make exceptions for exceptional cases. If you pass the exam, if you prove you're ready. She trailed off, not finishing the thought. His father picked up where she left off. It would mean leaving home, Gale, living at the academy. You'd come home for holidays, but most of the year, you'd be there. With students much older than you, it would be difficult. I can do it, Gale said immediately. He didn't even need to think about it. The academy, Blackstaff Academy, where the greatest wizards in the world had studied, where Kelben Arunsun himself, the Blackstaff, had once walked the halls. His mother turned from the window. Gale, you're still a child. You should be playing, making friends, enjoying these years. Once you start down this path, there's no going back. Magic will consume your life. It already has, Gale said softly. Mother, I know what I want. I've always known. This is who I am. She looked at him for a long moment, her eyes searching his face. Finally, she sighed. You have your grandfather's stubbornness, she said, and his gift. I suppose I always knew. I couldn't keep you here forever. She crossed to him and pulled him into a tight embrace. Promise me you'll be careful, she whispered. Promise me you won't lose yourself in the pursuit of power. I promise, Gale said, meaning it with all his heart. He didn't know yet how hard that promise would be to keep. The entrance examination was scheduled for 3 weeks later. Gale spent every waking moment preparing. His father drilled him on magical theory, the 8 schools of magic, the nature of the weave, the history of great wizards and their discoveries. His mother made him practice the practical skills, focus, meditation, the mental disciplines required to cast spells under pressure. At night, alone in his room, Gale would practice the spells he knew over and over until they were second nature, light dancing at his fingertips, minor illusions flickering in the air, the sensation of touching the weave, of feeling it respond to his will, became as familiar as breathing. The day of the examination arrived cold and clear. Blackstaff Academy stood in the castle ward, not far from the palace itself. It was a tower of dark stone that seemed to drink in the light around it, rising 7 stories high, with narrow windows that glowed with soft, magical radiance. Gargoyles perched on its corners, and the air around it shimmered faintly, as if reality itself were slightly different there. Gale's hands trembled as he clutched his father's hand. His mother walked on his other side, one hand resting on his shoulder. Neither of them spoke. What was there to say? Inside, the academy was even more impressive. The entrance hall was vast, with a ceiling that soared up into darkness. The floor was polished marble, inlaid with silver runes that pulsed with gentle light. Floating orbs drifted through the air, illuminating portraits of famous wizards who gazed down from the walls with knowing eyes. A stern woman in midnight blue robes met them. "Gale Decarios?" she asked, consulting a scroll. "Yes, ma'am," Gale managed, his voice coming out smaller than he'd intended. "I am Instructor Yantha. Your parents will wait here. Come with me." Gale looked back at his mother and father. His mother's eyes were bright with unshed tears. His father gave him an encouraging nod. Then Instructor Yantha was leading him away, down a corridor lined with doors, each one marked with different magical symbols. They entered a circular room. It was empty except for a raised platform in the center, and several wizards seated in a semicircle, watching him with expressions ranging from curiosity to skepticism. One of them was ancient, his beard so long it pooled in his lap. Another was young, barely out of her 20s, with sharp eyes that missed nothing. "A Gale Decarios," the ancient wizard said, his voice surprisingly strong. "Age 10, self-taught, with some instruction from your father. You believe you're ready for Blackstaff Academy?" "Yes, sir," Gale said. He tried to stand tall, to look confident, but he felt very small in that vast room, under the gaze of those powerful wizards. "We shall see," the wizard said. "First test, theory. Explain to me the fundamental nature of the weave." Gale took a deep breath. This, at least, he knew. "The weave is the manifestation of raw magic," he began, his voice growing steadier as he spoke. "It exists everywhere, connecting all things, underlying all reality. It was created by the goddess Mistra to make magic safe and accessible. Before the weave, magic was wild and unpredictable. Now, wizards can learn to touch it, to shape it, to channel it through studied techniques and practiced will." The young wizard leaned forward. "And what are the dangers of the weave?" "Overreaching," Gale said immediately. "Pulling too hard on the threads, trying to channel more power than you can control. It can damage the weave itself or burn out the caster's mind. That's why study and discipline are essential. Magic isn't just power, it's understanding." Several of the wizards nodded. The ancient one made a note on his parchment. "Second test, practical demonstration. Show us what you can do." This was it. Gale stepped onto the platform. He closed his eyes, centering himself the way his mother had taught him. He felt for the weave, that familiar presence that was always there, waiting. He started simple, a light spell, conjuring a soft glow at his fingertips. Then he shaped it, making it dance and swirl, forming patterns in the air. The wizards watched impassively. Gale moved to the next spell, Mage Hand. an invisible force that could manipulate objects at a distance. He lifted a book from one of the wizard's laps, floated it across the room, set it gently on another wizard's desk. Still no reaction. He needed to do more, something impressive, something that would prove he belonged here. He reached deeper into the weave, pulling on threads he'd only practiced with a few times. Minor illusion, but more complex than he'd ever attempted. The air shimmered. A dragon appeared in the center of the room, small, no larger than a cat, but perfect in every detail. Scales that glittered like rubies, wings that spread wide. It opened its mouth and roared, a sound like distant thunder. Then it dissolved into sparkles of light that rained down like snow. Gale swayed slightly, exhausted from the effort. His head ached, his hands trembled, but he'd done it. The ancient wizard was smiling. "Impressive," he said. "Very impressive for one so young. The control, the detail. You have real talent, boy." "However," the young wizard said, her voice sharp, "talent alone is not enough. The academy is rigorous, demanding. Students older and more experienced than you struggle here. Can you keep up? Can you handle the pressure?" Gale met her gaze. "I can," he said. "I will. Magic it's everything to me. I'll work harder than anyone. I'll study longer. I'll do whatever it takes." The wizards exchanged glances. Finally, the ancient wizard spoke. "We will discuss your application and send word within the week. You may go." The week that followed was the longest of Gale's life. He tried to distract himself with reading, with practice, with helping his mother in the garden, but his mind kept returning to that circular room, to those watching wizards, to the question of whether he'd done enough. What if they said no? What if they thought he was too young, too inexperienced? What if he had to wait years before trying again? The letter arrived on a gray morning when rain misted the streets of Waterdeep. His father brought it to him at breakfast, his expression carefully neutral. The blue wax seal was unbroken. Gale's hands shook so badly he could barely open it. "Dear Mr. Decarios," the letter began in elegant script. "We are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted to Blackstaff Academy. Your demonstration of magical aptitude and theoretical knowledge was exceptional. You will begin your studies in the fall term. Enclosed, please find a list of required materials and texts." The rest of the letter blurred. He'd done it. He was going to Blackstaff Academy. His mother hugged him tight, laughing and crying at the same time. His father clapped him on the shoulder, pride shining in his eyes. But later, when the excitement had faded, and Gale lay in bed staring at the ceiling, a strange feeling settled over him. This was what he wanted, what he'd always wanted. So why did he suddenly feel so small, so uncertain? Outside his window, Waterdeep glittered in the darkness. Somewhere out there was the academy, waiting for him, waiting to teach him everything he'd ever dreamed of learning. He just had to be brave enough to walk through its doors. And he would be, in time. But tonight, he was still just a boy, lying in his familiar bed, in his familiar room, on the edge of a great change. Tomorrow would come soon enough. The fall term began on a morning when mist rolled in from the harbor and clung to the streets of Waterdeep like a living thing. Gale stood at the gates of Blackstaff Academy with a trunk at his feet and his heart hammering in his chest. His mother had already said her goodbyes at home, unable to bear the public farewell. His father stood beside him, one hand on his shoulder, saying nothing because there was nothing left to say. The gates were wrought iron, worked with intricate magical symbols that seemed to shift and change when you weren't looking directly at them. Beyond them, students moved through the courtyard, older students, teenagers, and young adults, all wearing the deep blue robes of the academy. They looked so confident, so at ease, so old. Gale was 10, the youngest student in the academy's recent history, and suddenly, standing there at the gates, he felt every year of that youth. "You'll be fine," his father said quietly. "You belong here, Gale. Never doubt that." Gale nodded, not trusting his voice. His father pulled him into a brief, tight hug. "Make us proud," he whispered. "But more importantly, make yourself proud." Then he was gone, walking back down the street, toward their tower, toward home, and Gale was alone. He picked up his trunk and walked through the gates. The first week was overwhelming. The academy was vast, much larger than it appeared from outside. Corridors twisted and turned in ways that defied normal geometry. Staircases led to different places depending on what day it was. Doors opened into rooms that shouldn't fit in the space available. Gale got lost constantly. He would set out for the library and end up in the alchemical laboratories. He would try to find his dormitory and somehow wind up in the astronomy tower. Once, he opened a door marked storage and found himself looking out at a beach under a sunset that couldn't possibly be real. The other students didn't help. They stared at him in the corridors, this small child among teenagers and adults. Some looked curious, some looked amused. A few looked actively hostile, as if his presence was an insult to them. No one spoke to him. His dormitory was a small room on the 3rd floor, with a narrow bed, a desk, and a window that looked out over the city. At night, he could see the lights of Waterdeep spreading out below, and somewhere in that glittering expanse was his home, his parents, his library. He had never felt so alone. But then the classes began, and everything changed. His first class was Fundamentals of the Weave, taught by instructor Yantha, the stern woman who had met him on examination day. The classroom was circular, with desks arranged in concentric rings around a central demonstration area. Gale took a seat in the back, trying to make himself invisible among the older students. Instructor Yantha entered, and the room fell silent. "Magic," she began without preamble, "is not a gift. It is not a birthright. It is a discipline, a science, an art, and like any discipline, it requires study, practice, and above all, respect." She raised her hand, and the air shimmered. The weave itself became visible, threads of light crisscrossing the room in an impossibly complex pattern, pulsing with gentle radiance. "This is what you are learning to manipulate," she continued. "Every spell you cast pulls on these threads. Every incantation shapes them into new configurations. The question is, will you do so with precision and understanding, or will you fumble blindly and risk unraveling something you cannot repair? Gale leaned forward, captivated. This was what he'd come for, not just to learn spells, but to understand magic at its deepest level, to see the underlying principles, the fundamental forces that made the impossible possible. Instructor Yantha's gaze swept the room and landed on him. "Mr. Decarios," she said, "our youngest student, tell me, what is the primary danger of overcasting?" Every head turned toward him. Gale felt his face flush, but he kept his voice steady. "Burnout," he said. "When a wizard attempts to channel more power than their mind can handle, the weave can overwhelm them. It can cause permanent damage to their ability to cast magic, or in extreme cases, death." "Correct," Instructor Yantha said. A hint of approval flickered in her eyes. "And yet, every year, we have students who believe themselves invincible, who push too hard, too fast, eager to prove their power. Do not be one of them." The class continued, delving into the theoretical foundations of spellcasting. Gale took notes furiously, his hand cramping from writing so fast. Every word felt precious, every concept a key, unlocking deeper understanding. When the class ended, he remained in his seat, reviewing his notes, making sure he'd captured everything. "Mr. Decarios." He looked up. Instructor Yantha stood over him, her expression unreadable. "You did well today," she said. "Your theoretical knowledge is impressive for your age, but theory alone will not carry you through this academy. You will need to prove yourself in practical application as well. The other students will not make it easy for you." "I know," Gale said quietly. "Do you?" She studied him for a moment. "You are young, very young. The gap between you and your classmates is not just in years, but in life experience, in physical stamina, in social understanding. Some will resent you for being here. Some will try to make you fail." "I won't fail," Gale said, his horse, with more confidence than he felt. Instructor Yantha's expression softened slightly. "See that you don't," she said. "I argued for your acceptance. Don't make me regret it." Then she was gone, her robes swirling behind her, and Gale was alone in the empty classroom with the weight of her expectations settling on his shoulders. The days fell into a rhythm. Morning classes in magical theory, afternoons in practical spellcasting, evenings in the library, studying until his eyes burned and the words blurred on the page. He learned the 8 schools of magic: abjuration, the magic of protection and barriers; conjuration, the summoning of objects and creatures; divination, the magic of knowledge and foresight; enchantment, which influenced minds and emotions; evocation, the raw power of elemental forces; illusion, the magic of deception and false reality; necromancy, the manipulation of life and death; and transmutation, the magic of change and transformation. Each school had its own logic, its own approach to shaping the weave. Gale studied them all with equal fervor, unwilling to specialize until he understood every option available to him. In practical classes, he struggled. Not with the magic itself. He could cast the required spells as well as anyone, but the physical demands were harder. Combat scenarios where he had to cast while moving, while dodging, while under pressure. His small size and lack of stamina put him at a disadvantage. During one exercise, an older student, a boy named Tomar, 17, and built like a warrior, sent a force bolt directly at Gale's chest. It was meant to be a gentle push, a test of reflexes, but Tomar put more power into it than necessary, and Gale went flying backward, crashing into the wall with enough force to knock the wind from his lungs. "Oops," Tomar said, smirking. "Sorry, I didn't realize you were so delicate." The instructor reprimanded him, but the damage was done. Gale's ribs ached for days, and the message was clear. He didn't belong here. But Gale was stubborn. If he couldn't match them in physical endurance, he would outthink them. He spent extra hours in the library, researching defensive spells, ways to protect himself, without relying on brute force. He practiced shield spells until he could cast them instantly, reflexively, without thought. The next time Tomar tried something similar, Gale was ready. The force bolt hit his shield and dissipated harmlessly. Gale didn't gloat, didn't say a word. He simply met Tomar's eyes and smiled slightly. Tomar never bothered him again. 3 months into the term, something changed. Gale was in the library, his favorite place in the entire academy. It was a vast space, 5 stories tall, with shelves that reached the ceiling and floating platforms that drifted between levels. The air smelled of old parchment and leather, of dust and magic and accumulated knowledge. He had claimed a corner desk on the 3rd level as his own. It was quiet there, away from the main study areas and with a window that looked out over the city. He could spend hours there, lost in books, and no one would disturb him. That evening, he was deep in a treatise on elemental theory when someone cleared their throat nearby. He looked up. A girl stood there, maybe 16 or 17, with dark hair pulled back in a practical braid and ink stains on her fingers. She wore the blue robes of the academy, but hers were worn and patched, clearly second-hand. "You're Gale Decarios," she said. It wasn't a question. "Yes," he said cautiously. The prodigy, the youngest student in academy history. She studied him with frank curiosity. "You don't look like much." Gale bristled. That's a compliment," she interrupted. "Most prodigies are insufferable, all ego and no substance. You actually study. I've been watching you." "That's slightly concerning," Gale said. She laughed, a genuine warm sound that seemed out of place in the hushed library. "I'm Tara," she said. "Well, Tara Silvershade, if we're being formal, 3rd-year student, specializing in conjuration." "Nice to meet you," Gale said, still uncertain where this was going. "Irakachis." Tara pulled out the chair across from him and sat down without invitation. "I have a proposition," she said. "You're brilliant at theory, but struggling with practical applications. I'm excellent at practical casting, but theory bores me to tears. We could help each other." Gale blinked. "You want to study together?" "I want to form a study partnership," Tara corrected. "You help me understand the theoretical foundations, so I can advance to more complex spells. I help you with practical techniques, so you stop getting knocked around in combat exercises. Mutually beneficial arrangement." It was the first time and since arriving at the academy that anyone had offered him anything resembling friendship. "Why?" Gale asked. "Why help me?" Tara shrugged. "Because you're here on merit, not family connections or money." Because you're actually good, and because... She paused, seeming to choose her words carefully. Because I know what it's like to not fit in, to have everyone assume you don't belong. Gale looked at her more closely. The worn robes, the ink-stained fingers that spoke of copying text by hand rather than buying new books, the defensive set of her shoulders. Okay, he said. Let's try it. Tara grinned. Excellent. Meet me tomorrow after practical casting. We'll start with your shield work. It's technically sound, but your timing is off by about half a second. That's an eternity in combat. She stood to leave, then paused. Fair warning. I'm a demanding teacher. I won't go easy on you just because you're 10. Good, Gale said. I don't want easy. Perfect, Tara said. We're going to get along just fine. And they did. Tara became Gale's first real friend at the academy. She was brilliant in her own way, not with theory or memorization, but with instinct and practical application. She could look at a spell and immediately understand how to cast it efficiently, how to modify it on the fly, how to chain multiple spells together in devastating combinations. What she lacked was patience for the underlying principles, the why behind the how, the mathematical relationships and philosophical foundations that made magic work. Gale, on the other hand, could recite those principles in his sleep, but sometimes got so caught up in the theory that he forgot to actually cast the spell. Together they balanced each other. They met every evening after classes, sometimes in the library, sometimes in the practice rooms, sometimes in the courtyard when the weather was fair. Tara would drill him on practical techniques, faster casting, better movement, combat awareness. Gale would explain the theoretical foundations that would let her advance to fourth-year spells. You're thinking too much, Tara said one evening, watching Gale attempt a firebolt. He'd been trying for 20 minutes, and the spell kept fizzling. You're so busy analyzing every thread of the weave that you're not actually weaving anything. But if I don't understand exactly what I'm doing, Gale protested. Sometimes you have to trust your instincts, Tara interrupted. Feel the spell, don't think it. Magic isn't just intellectual, it's intuitive too. That's easy for you to say, Gale muttered. You're naturally intuitive. And you're naturally analytical, Tara countered. But you can't let that be your only tool. Try again. This time, close your eyes. Don't visualize the weave. Just feel the fire. Feel what you want it to do. Gale closed his eyes, took a deep breath, let go of the mental diagrams, the theoretical models, all the careful analysis. He thought of fire, not the physics of combustion or the elemental planes or the precise way the weave needed to be shaped. Just fire, heat, light, power. He felt it build in his palm, felt the weave respond, and when he opened his eyes, a perfect sphere of flame hovered above his hand. There, Tara said in satisfaction in her voice. See, sometimes you have to get out of your own way. Gale stared at the fire, watching it dance and flicker. She was right. He'd been so focused on perfect understanding that he'd forgotten the joy of it, the pure feeling of magic flowing through him. Thank you, he said quietly. Don't mention it, Tara said. Now let's work on your aim, because that firebolt is useless if you can't hit anything with it. As the months passed, Gale's confidence grew. He was still the youngest student, still small and sometimes awkward, but he was no longer invisible. His grades were exceptional, top of his class in theory, steadily improving in practical work. Instructors began to take notice. Instructor Yanta called him aside after class one day. "You've improved significantly," she said. "Your practical scores have nearly caught up to your theoretical knowledge. I'm impressed." "Thank you," Gale said, trying not to show how much the praise meant to him. "Don't let it go to your head," she added sharply. "You're doing well for a first-year student, but you have years of study ahead of you. The real challenges haven't even begun yet." "I understand," Gale said. Yantha studied him for a moment. "Do you know why I argued for your acceptance?" she asked. Gale shook his head. "Because I saw something in you during your examination. Not just talent. We have plenty of talented students, but hunger, a genuine love of magic for its own sake, not for what it could give you. That's rare. Don't lose it." She paused, then added, "And don't let ambition corrupt it. I've seen too many gifted students destroy themselves, chasing power instead of understanding." "I won't," Gale promised. He meant it. In that moment, he truly believed that he would never let ambition override his love of magic itself. He didn't know yet how hard that promise would be to keep. The end of the first year arrived with final examinations. Gale studied until his eyes burned, until he could recite entire textbooks from memory, until the weave felt like an extension of his own body. Tara studied with him, the two of them pushing each other to be better. The practical examination was held in the main arena, a vast circular space with protective wards shimmering in the air. Students would demonstrate their skills one at a time before the entire faculty. When Gale's turn came, he walked to the center of the arena with his heart pounding. The faculty sat in raised seats around the perimeter. His fellow students watched from the galleries above. "Mr. Dekarios," Instructor Yantha's voice rang out, "you will demonstrate proficiency in 3 schools of magic of your choosing. You have 10 minutes. Begin." Gale took a breath, centered himself, reached for the weave. He started with evocation, the school of raw power, firebolts that struck targets with perfect accuracy, a gust of wind that sent practiced dummies tumbling, a crack of lightning that left scorch marks on the stone floor. Then abjuration, the magic of protection. He conjured a shimmering shield and had another student throw force bolts at it. Each one bounced off harmlessly. He created a ward that made him briefly invisible, a barrier that nothing could cross. Finally, illusion, his favorite. He created a perfect copy of himself, indistinguishable from the real thing, made it move, speak, interact with the environment. Then he created a dragon, larger than the one he'd made at his entrance exam, more detailed, more real. It soared around the arena, roaring, breathing illusory fire before dissolving into sparkles of light. When he finished, the arena was silent. Then Instructor Yanta stood. "Exceptional work, Mr. Dekarios," she said, and though her voice was formal, there was warmth in it. You have exceeded our expectations." The other faculty members nodded in agreement. A few students in the gallery applauded. Gale bowed and walked from the arena on shaking legs. Outside, Tara was waiting, grinning broadly. "Told you you'd be fine," she said. "I couldn't have done it without you," Gale said honestly. "I know," Tara said cheerfully. "You can thank me by helping me pass my theory exam tomorrow. I still don't understand half of what you tried to teach me about planar mechanics." Gale laughed, a genuine relieved laugh that felt wonderful after weeks of tension. "Deal," he said. That summer, Gale returned home. His parents barely recognized him. He'd grown taller, filled out slightly, and carried himself with new confidence. But more than that, there was something different in his eyes, a depth that hadn't been there before. "Why? Tell us everything," his mother said, pulling him into a tight embrace. And he did. Over dinners and long evenings in the library, he told them about his classes, about Tara, about the challenges and triumphs of his first year. His father listened with pride. His mother listened with love, tinged with worry. "You're happy," she observed one night. "I am," Gale said. "The academy it's everything I hoped it would be. Everything I dreamed of." "Good," she said softly. "Just remember to come home sometimes, to remember that there's more to life than magic." "I will," Gale promised. But even as he said it, even as he sat in his childhood home, surrounded by familiar books and familiar faces, part of his mind was already back at the academy, already thinking about next year's classes, about the spells he would learn, about the mysteries he would unravel. Magic had claimed him, completely, utterly, and he wouldn't have had it any other way. The summer passed too quickly. Before he knew it, he was standing at the gates of Blackstaff Academy again, trunk at his feet, ready to begin his second year. But this time, he wasn't afraid. This time, he walked through those gates with confidence. He belonged here. He was home. The boy who had entered the academy, uncertain and alone, was gone. In his place was a young wizard, still learning, still growing, but no longer lost. He had found his path. Now he just had to walk it. And walk it he would, through triumphs and failures, through friendship and loneliness, through the heights of achievement and depths he couldn't yet imagine. But that comes later. For now, there was only the academy, the weave, and the endless, beautiful pursuit of understanding. Years passed like pages turning in a spell book. Gale graduated from Blackstaff Academy at 22, the youngest in his class, to earn the title of Master. His thesis on weave manipulation was archived in the Academy's vault, referenced by professors, whispered about by students who would come after him. But he didn't stay. Waterdeep called to him, not the city of his childhood, but the city of his future, a place where he could build something entirely his own. He found a tower in the sea ward, overlooking the harbor. It was old, abandoned, the previous owner having disappeared into some planar mishap decades before. Perfect. Gale spent months restoring it, not with hired hands, but with magic. Stone by stone, spell by spell, he rebuilt the tower into something magnificent. The ground floor became his library, shelves that reached the ceiling, filled with books he'd collected, borrowed, or copied by hand. Tomes on evocation and divination, treatises on the nature of the weave, forbidden texts he probably shouldn't have owned, but couldn't resist acquiring. The second floor was his laboratory, workbenches covered in components, alembics bubbling with experimental potions, circles of power etched into the floor for safe spellcasting. The air always smelled of ozone and ink. The third floor was his study, a desk by the window overlooking the sea. This was where he worked on his own research, pushing the boundaries of what magic could do. And the top floor, the highest room in the tower, he left empty, open to the sky through an enchanted dome that kept out rain but let in starlight, a place for meditation, for reaching out to the weave itself. He was 24 when students started coming to him. Not many. He wasn't interested in running a school, but a few carefully chosen who showed real promise. He taught them not just spells, but understanding, not just power, but responsibility. His reputation grew. The prodigy of Blackstaff, the youngest master in a generation, Gale of Waterdeep they called him, and the name carried weight in wizarding circles across Faerun. He published papers, gave lectures, consulted on magical matters for the Lords of Waterdeep. His life was full, purposeful, exactly what he'd always wanted. But something was missing. He felt it in the quiet moments. Late at night, when his research was done and his students had gone home, when he stood in that top room, beneath the stars, reaching out to the weave, there was more. He knew it, could sense it just beyond his grasp. A deeper connection, a fuller understanding, something that all his books and all his learning couldn't quite touch. He was 26 when everything changed. It was a night like any other. He was in his meditation room, practicing a new spell, feeling the weave flow through him like water, like light, like music only he could hear. And then the weave responded. Not the way it always did, bending to his will, shaping itself to his intent. No, this was different. The weave reached back. Gale gasped, his concentration shattering, but the connection didn't break. If anything, it grew stronger. The weave wrapped around him, through him, filling every corner of his being with a presence that was vast, ancient, and utterly aware. And then he heard her voice. Gale de Carios. Not in his ears, in his mind, in his soul. A voice like starlight, like the first word ever spoken, like every spell that had ever been cast and ever would be. He knew immediately who it was. Every wizard knew her name. Every spellcaster owed their power to her gift. Mystra, the goddess of magic itself. Lady of mysteries, he whispered, dropping to his knees. His whole body trembled. I am not worthy. Worthiness, her voice came again, amused, warm, is not why I have come. Then why, he managed. Because you called to me every night, reaching through the weave, seeking deeper understanding. Did you think I would not notice? He had no answer, had never imagined, had never dared to dream. You have potential, Gale de Carios, raw talent shaped by discipline, ambition tempered by wisdom. You could be so much more than you are. Teach me, he breathed. Please, I want to learn. I want to understand. I know what you want, Maestra said, and there was something in her voice that made his heart race. The question is, are you ready for what that means? Yes, Gale said without hesitation, whatever it takes. There was a pause, a moment of consideration that felt like eternity. And then, very well, I will teach you, Gale of Waterdeep. I will show you mysteries that no mortal has seen in 1,000 years. I will give you access to the deepest secrets of the weave itself. But know this, once you begin this path, there is no going back. You will be changed forever. I understand, Gale said, and though he didn't, not really, not yet. How could he? Then rise, Mistra commanded, and let us begin. The lessons were unlike anything Gale had ever experienced. Mistra didn't appear to him in physical form, not at first. Instead, she taught him through the weave itself, visions, sensations, direct transfers of knowledge and understanding that bypassed words entirely. He learned spells that weren't in any book, techniques that defied conventional theory, ways of manipulating magic that shouldn't have been possible, but were, because she showed him how. His power grew exponentially. What had taken him years to master at the academy, he now learned in weeks. What had seemed like the limits of mortal magic, he now surpassed with ease. But more than power, he gained understanding. He began to see the weave not as a tool, but as a living thing, a tapestry woven from the fabric of reality itself, connecting everything, everyone, across all planes of existence. And Mistra was its heart. The more he learned, the more he felt her presence, not just during lessons but always, a constant awareness at the edge of his consciousness, warm and reassuring, like sunlight on his skin. He stopped seeing his students, stopped publishing papers. His research, once so important, now seemed trivial compared to what Mistra was teaching him. His friends worried, Tara especially. "You're different," she said one evening, watching him from her favorite cushion. "Distant, like you're here but not really here." "I'm fine," Gale assured her. "Better than fine. I'm learning things, Tara. Things that, and you wouldn't believe what I'm capable of now." "That's what worries me," she said quietly. But Gale barely heard her. 6 months after that first contact, Mistra appeared to him in physical form. He was in his meditation room, as always, when the air shimmered, light coalesced, taking shape, becoming solid. And there she stood, beautiful beyond description, not in any conventional sense, but in the way a perfect spell is beautiful, the way a mathematical proof is beautiful, the way the weave itself is beautiful, when you truly understand it. She wore the form of a woman, tall and graceful, with eyes that held entire galaxies. Her hair seemed to be woven from starlight itself, and her skin glowed with soft and silver radiance. Gale couldn't breathe. "My lady," he whispered, bowing deeply. "Rise, Gale," she said, and her voice was even more beautiful in person. "There is no need for such formality. Not anymore." She stepped closer, close enough that he could feel the power radiating from her, warm and electric, making every hair on his body stand on end. "You have learned well," she said, "faster than I anticipated. Your mind is remarkable." "I had a remarkable teacher," Gale managed. Mistra smiled, and in that smile Gale saw something he hadn't expected. Affection. "You are special, Gale," she said softly. "More than you know. In all my centuries, I have had many chosen, many who served me faithfully, but few have touched the weave the way you do. Few have such natural understanding, such innate connection." She reached out, her hand cupping his cheek. Her touch was warm, solid, real. "I have chosen you," she said, "not just as a student, not just as a servant, but as something more." Gale's heart hammered in his chest. "More?" he breathed. "My chosen," Mistra said, "my beloved." And then she kissed him. What followed was a year that Gale would remember for the rest of his life. Mistra came to him regularly, sometimes in his tower, sometimes calling him to her realm, a place of pure magic, where the weave itself was visible, tangible, a living ocean of light that responded to her every thought. She taught him, loved him, showed him wonders that no mortal had ever seen. He walked among the stars, touched the raw stuff of creation, learned spells that could reshape reality itself, given enough power, enough will. And through it all, Mistra was there, constant, devoted. She looked at him with something that seemed like love, or as close to love as a goddess could feel for a mortal. Gale was intoxicated. Not just by the power, though that was certainly part of it, but by her, by the impossible fact that a goddess, the goddess of magic, had chosen him, wanted him, loved him. He was special, unique, the most favored of all her chosen across all of history. She told him so, and he believed it, because how could he not? His tower became a place of pilgrimage. Other wizards came seeking his counsel, his blessing, hoping that some of his divine favor might rub off on them. Gale barely noticed them. His world had narrowed to two things, magic and Mistra. And in his mind, they were the same thing. It was Tara who finally said something. She found him one evening in his study, staring out the window at nothing, a half-smile on his face, lost in memories of his last visit to Mistra's realm. "Gale," she said, jumping onto his desk, "we need to talk." "Hmm?" He glanced at her, still distracted. "What is it, Tara?" "You," she said flatly. "This, all of this." "I don't know what you mean." "Don't you?" Her tail lashed. "You've abandoned your students. Your research sits gathering dust. You barely eat, barely sleep. All you do is wait for her." Gale's expression hardened. Her name is Mistra, and she is the goddess of magic itself. Everything I am, everything I can do, it's because of her. "Everything you were," Tara corrected, "you achieved on your own. Your talent, your discipline, your brilliance, those were yours, long before she noticed you." "She elevated me," Gale said, "showed me what I could become. I'm her chosen, Tara. Do you understand what that means?" "I understand," Tara said quietly, "that you're losing yourself." Gale stood abruptly, anger flashing in his eyes. "You're jealous. That's what this is. You can't stand that I've moved beyond this." He gestured at the tower, the books, the mortal trappings of his old life. "I'm worried," Tara said, her voice breaking slightly. "I'm worried because I love you, you foolish man, and I can see what you can't." "And what's that?" "That she's a goddess," Tara said, "and you're not." Gale turned away. "Get out." "Gale." I said, "Get out." Tara left, and Gale stood alone in his study, hands trembling, telling himself that Tara was wrong, that she didn't understand, that what he had with Mistra was real, was special, was forever. The first crack appeared 3 months later. Mistra came to him as she always did, appearing in his meditation room in a shimmer of light. But something was different. She seemed distracted, distant. "My lady," Gale asked, reaching for her, "is something wrong?" "There are matters," she said vaguely, "that require my attention. The weave is in flux. Threats from the far realm, disturbances in the shadow weave. I must attend to them." "Of course," Gale said quickly. "I understand. Can I help? Whatever you need." "No," she said, and her tone was gentle but firm. "This is beyond even you, my love. These are matters for gods, not mortals." The words stung more than they should have. "When will I see you again?" Gale asked, hating how desperate he sounded. "Soon," Mistra promised. She kissed him, soft and brief, and then she was gone. Soon became a week, then 2, then a month. Gale threw himself into his studies, trying to distract himself, trying not to think about the silence where her presence used to be. He reached out through the weave, calling to her, but got no response, just the empty echo of his own magic, bouncing back, unanswered. He told himself she was busy, that she had responsibilities beyond him, that he was being selfish, childish, to expect her constant attention. But the doubt crept in anyway. Had he done something wrong, said something to displease her? Was he not enough, not powerful enough, not worthy enough, not special enough to hold a goddess's love? The thought terrified him. When Maestra Bash finally returned, 2 months after she'd left, Gale nearly wept with relief. "I'm sorry," she said, holding him. "I know that was difficult, but the threats have been dealt with. I'm here now." "I missed you," Gale whispered Thaka against her shoulder. "Every day, I missed you." "And I missed you," Mistra said, but there was something in her voice, something not quite right, a distance that hadn't been there before. Gale felt it, but didn't want to acknowledge it. So he kissed her, held her, tried to recapture what they'd had before she left. And for a while it worked. But the pattern had been set. Mistra's visits became less frequent. The time between them stretched longer. And when she did come, she seemed preoccupied, her attention divided between him and whatever divine concerns occupied her mind. Gale tried harder, studied more, pushed himself to master ever more complex magic, thinking that if he could just prove himself, show her how powerful he'd become, she would look at him the way she used to. He started experimenting with dangerous spells, pushing boundaries that probably shouldn't be pushed. Tara would have warned him if she'd been there, but they hadn't spoken since their argument. He was alone in his tower, alone with his magic and his desperation and the growing fear that he was losing the only thing that mattered. It was a year after that first absence when Gale made his decision. He was in his study, surrounded by books he'd acquired through questionable means, texts on divine magic, on the nature of godhood, on the barriers between mortal and divine. There had to be a way to close the distance between them, a way to become not just her chosen, not just her beloved, but her equal. If he were a god, or something close to it, then she wouldn't have to divide her attention, wouldn't have to leave him behind to deal with divine matters. They could face those challenges together, side by side, forever. The idea consumed him. He knew it was dangerous, knew that the path from mortal to God was littered with the corpses of those who'd tried and failed. But he also knew that he was different, special. Mistra herself had told him so. He had access to knowledge that no other mortal possessed, power that no other wizard could match. If anyone could do this, it was him. He just needed one thing, one piece of magic powerful enough to bridge that final gap. And he knew exactly where to find it. The next time Mistra came to him, Gale was ready. She appeared in his meditation room, as beautiful as ever, and Gale's heart ached with love and longing and desperate hope. "My love," she said, smiling, "I've missed you." "And I you," Gale said. He took her hands, looked into those galaxy eyes and said, "I've been thinking." "Oh," There was amusement in her voice. That's never a good sign. I want to be with you, Gale said. Truly with you. Not just when you can spare the time to visit. Not just as your chosen, your mortal beloved. I want to stand beside you as an equal. Mistra's smile faded. Gale. I know it's possible, he pressed on. Ascension, apotheosis. Others have done it. Mortals who became gods. Why not me? You've given me so much knowledge, so much power. With your help, I could... No. The word was quiet, but absolute. No, Gale repeated, stunned. You are mortal, Gale, Mistra said gently, and that is as it should be. The distance between us, it's not a flaw, it's necessary. It's what makes our relationship what it is. What it is? Gale's voice rose. What is it exactly? Because from where I stand, it's me waiting, hoping, praying for scraps of your attention while you attend to more important matters. That's not fair. Isn't it? Gale pulled away. You said I was special, that I was different from all your other chosen, but I'm not, am I? I'm just another mortal who caught your eye for a moment, another amusing distraction until you get bored and move on. Gale, that's not true, Mistra said, and there was real hurt in her voice. I love you in my way, as much as a goddess can love a mortal, but there are limits. Then help me transcend them, Gale shouted. Help me become something more. You have the power. You could make me a god, make me your equal, and then we could truly be together. Mistra shook her head. You don't understand what you're asking. Godhood is not a gift I can simply bestow, and even if I could, you would not be the same person. The Gale I love would be gone, replaced by something else entirely. Maybe that's what needs to happen, Gale said bitterly. Maybe the Gale you love isn't enough. There was a long silence. When Mistra spoke again, her voice was sad. Perhaps, she said softly, I have been unfair to you. Perhaps I should never have let this go as far as it did. The love between a goddess and a mortal, it can never be equal, can never be what you need it to be. Don't, Gale whispered. Don't say that. Don't. I think, Mistra said, and her form was already beginning to fade. We both need time to think about what we truly want, what we can realistically give each other. Mistra, wait. But she was already gone. And Gale stood alone in his meditation room, hands still outstretched, reaching for something that was no longer there. He didn't sleep that night or the next. He sat in his study, staring at the books he'd collected, the research he'd compiled, all pointing to one conclusion. If he wanted to bridge the gap between mortal and divine, he would have to do it himself. Without her help, without her permission. The thought should have terrified him. Instead, it filled him with cold determination. He had spent his entire life proving himself to his teachers, to his peers, to the world, and now to her, always trying to be worthy, trying to be enough, But what if he stopped trying to earn it and simply took it? What if he showed her that he didn't need her blessing to become her equal? The books before him all spoke of the same thing: artifacts of immense power, fragments of divine essence, pieces of the gods themselves scattered across the plains. Objects that could elevate a mortal beyond their limits. Objects that could grant a taste of godhood itself. And Gale knew where one was. Mystra had shown him many secrets on during their time together, had taken him to her realm, shown him the inner workings and of the weave, the hidden places where raw magic pooled and crystallized into something solid, something real. She had shown him her vault, a place where she kept in the most dangerous magical artifacts in existence, things too powerful to be left in mortal hands, things that could reshape reality, unmake worlds, challenge the gods themselves. She had shown it to him as a lesson, a warning. This is why, she had said, mortals must have limits. This is why some knowledge must remain forbidden. But Gale had listened with different ears. He had memorized every detail, the location, the wards, the defenses, not because he planned to use that knowledge, but because he was Gale and he couldn't help cataloging information, storing it away for future reference. Now, that information burned in his mind. There was one artifact in particular, one piece of crystallized weave, so potent that even Mystra handled it with caution. A fragment of her own power, sealed away, a remnant from the time of troubles, when gods walked the earth as mortals and the divine and mundane blurred together. If he could obtain it, absorb it, make its power his own, he would be unstoppable, undeniable, worthy. Not just her chosen, not just her beloved, but her equal. And then she would see, she would understand, she would come back to him, and this time she would never leave. It took him 3 weeks to prepare. 3 weeks of research, of planning, of crafting, the spells he would need to bypass Mystra's defenses. It should have been impossible. The vault was protected by wards that would kill any mortal who tried to enter uninvited. But Gale wasn't just any mortal. He was her chosen. He had walked those halls at her side. The wards knew him, recognized him, had been programmed to let him pass. She had trusted him. That trust was the key he needed. The night he made his attempt, the sky above Waterdeep was clear. Stars blazed overhead, and the weave hummed with quiet power. Gale stood in his meditation room, dressed in simple robes, carrying nothing but his staff and his determination. He reached out to the weave, not with words, but with intent, pure, focused, absolute. Take me to her realm. For a moment nothing happened. The weave pulsed around him, questioning, hesitant. And then it obeyed. The world dissolved into light. Mystra's realm was exactly as he remembered, a vast expanse of shimmering magic, where the weave itself was visible, tangible, flowing like rivers of light through an infinite sky. Gale materialized on a platform of crystallized magic, his heart pounding. He half expected Mistra to appear, to demand what he was doing here. But she didn't come. She was elsewhere, attending to those divine matters that were more important than him. Good. He moved quickly, following the path he remembered, through corridors of pure light, past chambers filled with wonders and horrors in equal measure. The wards recognized him, let him pass, just as he'd known they would. And then he was there. The vault. A circular chamber, walls lined with pedestals, each one holding an artifact of terrible power. Swords that could cut through planes, crowns that granted dominion over death, books that contained spells no mortal should ever speak. And in the center, on a pedestal of its own, suspended in a field of protective magic, the fragment. It was beautiful, a shard of crystallized weave, no larger than his fist, pulsing with power that made the air itself vibrate. Colors that had no name swirled within it, and Gale could feel its pull, its promise. Power, godhood, equality. All he had to do was take it. His hand trembled as he reached out, began dismantling the protective wards. They resisted, but only for a moment. They knew him, trusted him, just like she had. The final ward fell away. The fragment hung before him, unprotected, waiting. Gale reached out and hesitated. For just a moment, doubt crept in, a small voice sounding suspiciously like Terra, whispering, "What are you doing?" This was theft, betrayal, everything Mistra had warned him against, everything she had trusted him not to do. But she had also left him, had told him he wasn't enough, had drawn a line between them and said it could never be crossed. Well, he would cross it anyway. Gale closed his hand around the fragment. The power hit him like a lightning bolt. It was too much, far too much, more than any mortal was meant to contain. It burned through him, searing every nerve, every cell, rewriting his very essence at a fundamental level. He screamed, tried to let go but couldn't. The fragment had latched onto him, burrowing into his chest, seeking his heart, his soul, the core of his being. No, he thought desperately, this wasn't, I just wanted. But the fragment didn't care what he wanted. It was raw magic, uncontrolled, untamed, and it was hungry. It fed on the weave around him, drawing more and more power into itself, into him, growing exponentially, becoming not a source of power but a void, a black hole of magical energy that would consume everything in its path. including him. Gale collapsed, clutching his chest, feeling the fragment settle just beneath his heart, pulsing, burning, wrong. He had made a terrible mistake. He didn't remember how he got back to his tower. One moment, he was in Mistra's realm, screaming, dying. The next, he was on the floor of his meditation room, gasping, shaking, the taste of blood in his mouth. The fragment was inside him. He could feel it. A knot of unstable magic lodged in his chest, feeding on his own connection to the weave, growing stronger with every heartbeat. It would kill him, eventually. He knew that, with absolute certainty. The fragment was consuming him from the inside out, and there was nothing he could do to stop it. Unless Mistra helped him. She could remove it. She had the power. She was the goddess of magic itself. If anyone could save him, it was her. Gale reached out through the weave, calling to her, begging, pleading. "Please, I'm sorry. I made a mistake. Please, help me." Silence. "Mistra, please, I'm dying. I need you." Nothing. "I love you. Please, don't leave me like this." The weave remained cold, empty, unanswering. She knew what he'd done. Of course she knew. The moment he'd taken the fragment, she would have felt it like a wound in her own flesh. And she had chosen not to respond. She had abandoned him. Gale lay on the floor of his meditation room for 3 days. He didn't eat, didn't sleep, just lay there, feeling the fragment pulse in his chest, feeling his own magic being slowly devoured, feeling his life slip away bit by bit. On the 3rd day, Tara found him. "Gale." She rushed to his side, her usual composure shattered. "What happened? What did you—" She stopped, stared at his chest, where a faint purple-black glow was visible even through his robes. "Oh, Gale," she whispered, "what have you done?" "I tried," he rasped. "I tried to be enough, to be what she wanted. I wanted." His voice broke. Tara curled up against him, purring softly, the way she used to when he was a child and had nightmares. "We'll fix this," she said firmly. "I don't know how, but we will. You're Gale of Waterdeep. You're the smartest wizard I know. We'll find a way." But Gale knew the truth. There was no fixing this, not without Mistra, and Mistra had made her choice. He had reached for godhood, and all he'd gotten was a death sentence. And so we leave Gale in the darkness of his tower, holding the weight of his ambition, the price of his love, and a fragment of magic that will one day consume him. But that is a story for another night. For now, let the tale settle into your mind like snow falling softly on Waterdeep. Let Gale's journey fade into dreams where ambition and love and magic blend together into something peaceful. Close your eyes, breathe deeply, The weave surrounds you like a blanket, warm and safe, humming with quiet power. Rest now, traveler. The stories will be here when you wake. Sleep well.